Hey everybody, welcome to today's session. We're going to get started here in just about 30 seconds or so. Give everybody just another moment or two to join and then we'll get going. All right, everybody, welcome to today's session. Why don't we go ahead and get started? Yeah, let's do it. So maybe you joined us yesterday, maybe you didn't. Either way, that's perfectly fine. But we're back again today. So what we're going to be doing is talking about Cloud SIM, both fundamentals and administration. So yeah, we have two classes for you today. The morning will be the fundamentals and the afternoon will be the administration, both Cloud SIM related. I guess let me introduce myself. Let me introduce Matt, and then we'll keep going here. So turn on my video. Oh, well. So hey, everybody, my name is Josh Brothheim. I'm training manager at Sumo Logic based out of Oregon in the United States. And I'll be leading today and both sessions today, and may have met you guys yesterday. And then I also have my peer, Matt. Matt, you out there? Hey, Matt, there you are.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I'm Matt Gritt. I'm based in Wellington, New Zealand, and I'll be answering your questions. If you want to put them in the Q&A or you want to answer them in chat, I'm good either way. Nice to meet you all again.
Thanks, Matt. And as Matt just mentioned, any questions, go ahead and put them in the Q&A. If there's anything more chat related, certainly use the chat. That's fine as well. Yeah, like I said, let's go. So I'm going to turn off my video just to save a little bandwidth. But okay, let me just. All right, I think we're good. Okay. So for course agenda, this is the agenda for the first half of today, or the morning session. The afternoon session will be similar in schedule length, just different content. Well, similar in content as well, a little bit. So for the agenda, as it shows here, today's going to be a little more slide heavy than it was yesterday. Still have labs, plenty of labs to do, but we kind of go slides, labs, slides, labs. So going to be a bit of that today. So that's what this agenda is representing. First 15 minutes will be a review, kind of slide heavy. Then we'll do some labs. Then we'll talk about threat investigation with Cloud SIM. Then we'll do some labs and we'll talk about it. Then we'll do some labs. And then we'll do that Q&A, well, Q&A certainly, but the get certified portion more importantly. So like yesterday, 2 hours of content, 1 hour for exam. We'll take a break in probably about an hour and a half or so. Yeah, cool. As a reminder, so I know many of you took advantage of this yesterday, and if you weren't here yesterday, that's fine as well. But we're continuing the promotion for the Uber Eats gift card. So if you attend a training and get your certification, and you send that certification to us, we'll send you a $15 Uber Eats voucher. So today we're taking 2 exams, so you'll be qualifying for 2 of those. So certainly encourage you to do that. There we go. So let's jump in. And what is Cloud SIM? What are we going to be talking about for the next, well, almost 8 hours together? So Cloud SIM is going to be the main focus. So what is Cloud SIM? It's a cloud-based enterprise-grade security information and event management system. And so that's where the SIM acronym comes in: security information and event management. So we'll refer it to it as SIM pretty much for the rest of the day. Cloud SIM leverages Sumo's core functionality, including data collection, ingestion, storage, and threat intelligence. So if you joined us for yesterday, we talked more from a log standpoint about ingestion and processing and threat intelligence as well. This is going to apply a little bit differently, but same kind of theories apply at least. Cloud SIM is a purchased add-on, so it has an ever-expanding library of content designed for security operations. And since it's designed for larger data volumes, most organizations will need to ingest a large amount of data each day for the insights to surface in Cloud SIM. We'll talk about ingestion and that in much more detail, of course, but good start. Now, this chart I like. We'll be using it a few times, actually many times today. It shows a good flow, and we're actually going to concentrate on half of it at one point of today, and then for the second class, we'll kind of focus on the other half. But as a whole, let's talk about what's going on here. Because Cloud SIM is a powerful tool, it's going to take millions of log messages and funnel them down into a handful of actionable security insights. So how does that happen? Well, first, the logs are going to be collected and ingested by Sumo Logic into messages. Very similar to the way we saw yesterday with the collector. It collects the data and ingests the data into Sumo Logic. Those messages are going to be parsed, mapped, and then enriched into Cloud SIM records. So they're going to be turned into those Cloud SIM records. The records are going to be compared to rules. If a rule is triggered, an entity will be extracted, a severity score will be assigned, and a signal will be created. Finally, if there's enough signals with the same entity clustered together, those are going to form together to become an insight. We're going to focus on the later stages of this pipeline in this class, so particularly the rules and investigations. The top portion, the collection, ingestion, basically the messages and record side, that will be the afternoon portion for today. So we will complete this whole diagram by the end of the day. But still want to go into the beginnings, just I think it still tells the whole story of going through each step. So now on this level, going a little bit deeper, but not too much. We have a company here. In this case, our company is Sumo Logic Coffee. And Sumo Logic Coffee collects and ingests millions of log messages into Sumo Logic. Typically, you can use these messages right away in many Sumo Logic apps. But for Cloud SIM Enterprise, the admin must enable data forwarding. The admin is also going to need to create log mappings, field extraction rules, other pre-processing steps to extract the right data. And once again, those will be talked about in the administration class. My mouse just jumped again. Now, before Cloud SIM can generate security insights, your log messages must go through a little processing first, and start to describe that. So first, Cloud SIM is going to process the messages into records. Each record is going to contain the information from a message, and it's going to be parsed into key value pairs, which are going to be mapped to the Cloud SIM schema and enriched with other data. So here's an example of what takes place. So here we have a simple log message that we're following down our pipeline. And here on the left-hand side of the screen is that message. First, the message is going to be parsed and extracted from the record. Then it's going to be mapped into a set of key value pairs. This process will fix basic formatting. This step is also going to create semi-structured data. So for example, what happened here is we took our ingested message, or just our data on the left-hand side of the screen, with IP-127-0-0.1, -1, all dashes, excuse me. And the parsing step extracted the IP address and turned it into a key value pair. And so now we're presenting the data as source device underscore IP equals 127.0.0.1, with the hyphens being normalized to dots. And this is the information that's being mapped onto the Cloud SIM schema. Finally, the record is going to be enriched with information from match lists or threat intelligence databases, such as threat level. We looked at this a little bit yesterday with the threat level of high and low and CrowdStrike and all that kind of stuff. Once the records are completed or normalized, they're then sent down the Cloud SIM pipeline and then compared to the rules. So I'm continuing with our journey. We now are at the record stage. Each record is going to be, each record that is ingested into Cloud SIM, is going to be compared to hundreds of built-in and custom rules. If a rule triggers, an entity is going to be extracted and a signal will be created. If a record matches the criteria specified in a rule, then Cloud SIM is going to create a signal. The severity is going to be a number between 1 and 10 that tells Cloud SIM how serious the potential threat is. When a signal is created, it contains a name, an entity, a severity, a stage, and a description. A signal will always contain, at a very minimum, an entity and a severity. This data is defined by the rule and is later used by Cloud SIM's insight engine algorithm. Now, the entity in a signal, What is an entity? Well, that's what I'm going to tell you right now. It's going to be something like an IP address, a MAC address, a host name. The entity is going to tell us who or what was involved in an event that the record described. Entities are going to be extracted from records, and every signal will have an entity. The entity's activity score is the sum of all the severity scores of all the signals it appears in. And we'll talk about that in more detail, of course. Once we're now down to Cloud SIM is now going to take everything even a step further and correlate the signals into a manageable number of insights. An insight is going to be a group of signals clustered around a single entity. An insight is going to be created when the sum of the severity scores of signals with the same entity goes above a certain activity score within a certain time frame. By default, this is an activity score of 12 within the last 14 days. So for example, if a rule was triggered with a severity of 5, and then 10 days later, another rule with the same entity and the severity of 5 was triggered, the total activity score would be 10 in the last 14 days. So an insight would not be created. However, if those same two rules had a severity score of 6, then an insight would be created because it would be 6 plus 6, which is greater than 12 or equal to 12. We'll look at that kind of math side of things. Not that it's very complex, but we'll look at that shortly as well. Now, once an insight is finally created, then you can start a security investigation and start to take actions like alerting SOC teammates or executing playbooks. All right, wanted to show the interface, or at least a quick screenshot of it. It is represented by this. So our entire data pipeline can be thought of as a funnel with our log messages coming in at the top and the insights coming out the bottom. So while you might ingest millions of logs, you might only get a handful or 100 signals and maybe a handful of insights. And that's good. That's what you want. You want just a few insights out of these millions of records. The Insight Radar in Cloud SIM UI uses this funnel shape from a top-down perspective. So as you go towards the center, there are fewer items. So what we're seeing here on the outer line, this blue line, we're seeing the representation of the records that are being ingested. So over the past, looks like 24 hours, we see the amount of records that are being ingested. And we also get a feel for the more or less records than average were ingested. So what we're seeing in these blue lines on the outer ring are we see some spikes, we see some valleys. And so that's letting us know at that point, there was more or less than kind of average, which might be helpful to know that there was a spike in records. The middle circle with the blue bars, or I guess that's blue, are representing the signals that are generated from those records. So we have millions of records coming in, and then we might have hundreds of signals coming from those. Now the middle circle, the innermost circle, sorry, keep going in, with the red and the red triangles, this is representing the insights that have been correlated from those signals. Some triangles may represent 2 or more insights if multiple insights are generated at the same time. But ultimately what we see here is possibly 1 million records, possibly hundreds of signals, and then potentially just 5 or so insights. Meaning over the past 24 hours, the system has looked at millions of records and it's found 5 things that it's pointing out that we should check out essentially, which is a great time saver. It takes everything, millions to single digits. All right, let's go ahead and I think we do our lab next. Yeah, so let's go ahead and do our lab. So let's see, a couple portions here. We're going to log into the system. So as we did yesterday, and if you weren't with us yesterday, I keep referring to it, of course, but that don't feel any shame that you didn't join us. We're going to use the same credentials, and you can use the same exact ones you used yesterday or different, but the website is service.sumologic.com. The username we're going to use is training plus analyst number, and we want you to select a 3-digit number. I'm just going to put those credentials in the chat. Okay, they're in the chat, so go ahead and log in. The other thing I'm going to do, and once you log in, if you could put your 3-digit number just to let us know you're in, that would be helpful. Thanks, Ken, already on it. I'm going to add a PDF. Let's see how this goes. All right, so I just put a PDF. Oh, the wrong one, actually. Let me ignore the PDF that I posted. Let me grab the right one. The one I posted is for the afternoon. So all right, let's post this again. Here it is. Okay, so I just added the Cloud Sim Fundamentals Lab Guide. If you can download that, we'll use that as our lab guide, hence the name. So let's say, let me put those credentials back up. Looks like people are logging in. Let me log in as well, just to participate with you. Okay, looks like I'm logged in. Let me clean this up a little bit. All right, and let me open up that PDF as well. All right, so we should have Sumo open. We should be logged into Sumo, and we should have this PDF opened. If you need help, certainly let us know. Matt's here to assist. Just gonna wait just another moment, but I think we're pretty good. Yeah, it looks like everybody. All right, cool. Matt's on the issues if there are any. So let's go through this. This is going to be lab 0, pretty straightforward lab, logging in, but you know, we got to start somewhere. So let me go into here. All right, so lab 0 is simply logging into the Cloud Enterprise environment. Now, you should be logged into Sumo. Hopefully you're in there, but now we want to go into Cloud Sim Enterprise, and Cloud Sim Enterprise is going to be a different, not a different environment, yeah, a different environment. I guess it's a different UI maybe. So what we want to do is we're going to go to the far left black bar, and we should see Cloud Sim Enterprise. Going to click on it, and when we do, it should take us to a new tab that looks very similar to that, well, identical to my screen, but has that that funnel that we were talking about just a few moments ago. So this is the screen you should be looking at. If you're not, let us know, but that's where you should be at. So. All right. The other thing we just want to point out here, it's not this, like I said, this lab 0 is pretty quick, is the ability or the necessity to get back to Sumo Logic to the heads up display. You can click on this top left. So this is going to act as our home button. But what we have here is we should have now Sumo Logic open, the we call it SIP or I don't know, Classic or whatever you want to call it. And then we do have our new Cloud Sim interface. So we do have a few tabs open here. It shouldn't be too much trouble, but I just want to make sure that we have those. So what we're going to do is let's go into lab 1 first. So lab 1 is going to have us explore the Cloud Sim UI. So what you're looking at in front of you right now. Certainly for this lab and all these labs, I'm going to go through them as they should be gone through, you know, step by step. But feel free to jump in and click around, and you know, you can't break the system really. It's yeah. So you know, feel free to toggle and you know, mess around really. So if we're going to stick to the lab, though, what we want to do here is we want to introduce certainly the Cloud Sim UI, but more specifically this portion right here in the top left. This portion is pretty informative because it shows, as I was trying to describe, how much data is coming in, how many signals are coming from that data, and then ultimately how many insights we have. So what we see here is over the last 24 hours, there's been about 500,000 records, or 635,000, and we see the peaks and valleys. Looks like it spiked here and dipped there or whatever. And it's going to refresh. It's going to keep refreshing. Then we see how many signals were created. So out of 500,000 records or more, 500 signals were created. And we're starting to see evidence of those signals. They're being grouped together just based on time, 20-minute periods. But then ultimately what we're left with are our insights. And what we see here are 5. We actually see 4 triangles, but there should be, this one has 2 insights in it, resulting in 5. So over the past 24 hours, we have 5 things we need to look at. That's pretty good. That, you know, from 500,000 records, that's helpful. Now, this lab here has us jumping into the ability to toggle time here. I'll do a few of these that we do these lab one has a lot of different parts that are kind of overkill, but what we're checking here is the ability to adjust this. So for example, the first question is how many records have been ingested in the last 8 hours? So we just want to go up to our time feature. We want to select 8 hours. And now we're seeing the amount of records over the last 8 hours is 209,000. Even more, well, I don't know if it's more interesting or less interesting, but here 209,000 records we looked at, 174 signals, but there's nothing really worth digging into. And that's good. That saves me time. 1B was asking how many signals have been created in the last 7 days. So once again, using time, switching to 7 days. Another just more powerful example, 4 million records over the last 7 days, 7,000 insights, and just 32 things to really dig into. And then how many insights have been created in the last 24 hours? Once again, toggle to 24 hours and insights 5. Now continuing here, once again, it's going into the center of the HUD here to start to look at this. But now the question is asking what time were the most records ingested in the last 24 hours? And so we set to the last 24 hours. We look at the blue lines. And since we're looking for the most records ingested, we were looking for a peak. And so it should be 3 a.m. Once again, your time zone based on Australia would be different, but you should still see a peak, somewhere around there. What time were the most signals created? So that was records. Signals are these guys. So we would be looking for the highest spike. So probably this one right here. Yeah, looks like the highest. And then let's see, is there any, and then how many insights have been generated in the last 24 hours? Once again, we see that here. We see only 4 triangles, but since one can have more than one, that's why we have 5 insights, even though there's only 4 triangles. So. And just some basic UI, pretty simple, but good way to just get you kind of poking in around in here. This UI is, I was going to say cool. I don't know how cool. I think it's cool. And what it should evoke is a bit of a kind of a gaming look and feel. Intentionally so, of a heads-up display. The individual that created this, he worked on World of Warcraft. And so it's meant to have kind of a gaming look and feel, high-tech feel. I don't know exactly what adjective I want to give it, but it's meant to be useful as everything in Sumo is, of course. So, so I do find it, just it's pretty informative. All right, let's see. Let's go to lab 1-3. So in this portion, what we're going to do is we're going to start to look at some of the rules. So at the top of the screen, we're going to go to content, and we're going to go to rules. So there's content, rules. And what we're going to see when we get in here are all the rules that have been set up. Now there's 640 rules that have been configured. And the majority of these, probably 635 of them or so, are rules that Sumo Logic provides. So consistently, we are updating the rules as new things need to be investigated, new updates occur, those rules become ingested, and yeah, but basically you can start to utilize them. You can also create custom rules. We'll get into that. I can't remember if we do that now or in the afternoon, but we'll do that. So for this portion, we just wanted to, but wanted to introduce you to the rules. Also introduce you to the filtering on the top. We looked at filtering with the query language yesterday, of course, but this is different filters. Still pretty standard as a filter is a filter, but wants us to play around with this a little bit. So for example, if we wanted to check how many rules have the name of firewall or contains firewall, what we can do is we can use the filters here. So we could do name, contains, firewall. And what we should find is roughly 11. If you see 12 or 10, it's good enough for now. But that's how to use the filters up there. To continue with this, and this is where the lab gets a little long-winded, but if we want to see for the rules, how many have a severity score greater than 8? Remember, we started to talk about these severity scores. on a scale from 1, or actually 0 to 10. So how many of them of the 641 have a severity greater than 8? So what we can do is we can do severity greater than 8. And yeah, should get 2. And then how many rules detect the persistence tactic? We'll talk about tactics shortly, but let's see. I always messed up when I do this one. Should be tag contains. I think it's the tag here. No, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure where the tactic portion is. It's somewhere. Oh, type. No, it's okay. We'll take a look at those later anyhow. But we can start to filter. Filtering is always good. We want to take a look at the entities. Talked about this for a few moments earlier, but start to look at this. So what we're going to do is go to the top of the screen and click on the entities tab. And this is going to show us all these entities, all these nouns, I guess. So this is going to show IPs, host names. Those are really the most common, probably usernames. And we're starting to see those. So these have all been captured in the logs and are starting to be recorded. And so we can start to see the entity scores, the activity scores for them. And we can use the filtering here again. So it wants us to look for how many entities have an activity score of 5 or greater. So we can use the field of activity score is greater than 5. Is 5 or greater. So I should have done equals, but anyhow, how many entities have an activity score of 0? Once again, activity score is 0. So it's starting to see it. So fun with filters. And there's the discussion, it's not really discussion, but what does an entity with an activity score of a 0 mean? And essentially it means the system has found it, but hasn't really attributed anything to it. It's just showed up in the records. And lock myself out. There we go. So back in there. All right, and then finally, what we can do is once we're done in the entities, we can go ahead and click on that Sumo icon on the top left. It's probably blue, but once you click on it, it should turn white and should bring you back to that home page or front page heads-up display. All right, so now we're going to go back to the slides. And now we're going to talk about, let's see, threat investigation. And we'll be doing more exercise, of course. So, come on, there we go. Oh. There we go. Sorry about that. So in this course, we're going to use data and examples from some fictional companies like Financial Logic, Sumo Pharma, and Sumo Logic Coffee. Financial Logic is a major player in the banking industry. They meet all the GDPR and other international compliance standards, but worry their big investors are still targets for hackers. We have Sumo Pharma, which is a healthcare company that ships prescription meds to patients. While they meet all HIPAA standards and guidelines, they're still concerned about data privacy. They want to monitor all their data and make sure their patients are safe and healthy in the digital world as well. Finally, we have Sumo Coffee, a small retail business with a big tech idea: automate the entire coffee business from bean to cup. In addition to consumer protections like PCI DSS, their main concerns include keeping computing costs down while their startup grows. So these are 3 different scenarios that we could look at, and we're actually going to pick one in a few moments and go through it. Now, threat investigation is reactive, while threat hunting is proactive. Typically, threat investigation happens in response to an alert. Once you've investigated a threat, you can hunt for similar threats and take precautionary steps to prevent attacks from happening again. Threat investigation is an iterative scientific process, much like troubleshooting. In both threat investigation and troubleshooting, you first monitor your system. Once an anomaly is detected, you make a hypothesis about how it happened and diagnose the problem. As you dig deeper, you may revise the initial hypothesis and find more clues about why or how the attack or error happened. As you investigate and trace the events, try to answer as many of these WH questions as you can about the event to tell the story. Who is behind the event? What assets did the event affect? Where did the event occur? When did the event occur? Why did the event occur? And how did the event occur? Finally, you can take action to resolve the issue. There are many actions you might take in response to an incident. For example, you might work with your IT team to isolate and wipe laptops that are infected with malware to prevent the spread of malicious code. Or you might work with your HR team to enforce mandatory anti-phishing training among all employees to prevent future attacks. Now, what does a day in the life of a SOC analyst look like with Cloud SIEM? Cloud SIEM can help with every step of the threat investigation process. Cloud SIEM is automatically going to detect and monitor potential threats by analyzing millions of records and distilling them into a handful of insights with a low false positive rate. You can choose the insights from the home page of Cloud SIEM and the Insight Radar, as we started to look at. We didn't go into them, but we will, or from the Insights panel itself. Once you select an insight, you can dig through all the raw logs and signals to conduct deep dive investigations and even proactive threat hunts. You can organize your thoughts, make hypotheses, and take notes about your investigation in the comments of each insight. This will share your ideas with your SOC teammates and help you keep track of your investigation. You can also take certain actions directly from the insight. You can email teammates, create JIRA tickets, execute playbooks, and many other custom actions with the Actions button. Finally, you can update the insight. You can mark it as in progress or closed. When you close it, you can mark it resolved, false positive, duplicate, or no action. Updating the status correctly will help the Cloud SIEM Insight Engine produce more accurate insights for your org in the future. And then, of course, this process will repeat each day as new insights are generated for you to investigate. The MITRE attack, what is it? So the MITRE attack matrix is a matrix that's published by a group called MITRE. They're a nonprofit or research organization. An attack here, and the way it's kind of written, kind of creative, it stands for Advanced Tactics, Techniques, and Common Knowledge. This framework organizes and categorizes the tactics and techniques that hacktivists, supercriminals, nation states, scripters, and other adversaries use. This includes attacks like exfiltrating databases, installing malware, stealing credentials, and all the other nefarious activities you and your SOC team are trying to stop. Cloud SIEM uses these same tactic names for the stages of signals and the name of insights. So if you're familiar with the attack, navigating Cloud SIEM's insights page becomes easier. If you're not, that's fine as well. I'm going to put a link in the chat to their website, just in case you're curious. I'll put that in the chat. All right, so now if we go back to our fictional companies, we can start to look at and determine what MITRE attack tactics and techniques these organizations might prioritize. So for example, Financial Logic, they're concerned about keeping their client data secure. Credential access might be a concern, since all customers have user credentials tied to their financial accounts. Making sure credentials are being accessed appropriately and responsibly is vital to them. Sumo Pharma, they're concerned about their patients' privacy. Exfiltration of private data is a major concern there. They don't want somebody taking private data. And then Sumo Coffee. Execution is going to be a big concern there because they're going to use many executable files and they're concerned about utilizing or overutilizing precious computing resources. And so that's their concern. And we're going to do a use case with one of these and just shortly getting there. All right, a couple more pages here, and then we'll get to some labs again. So the insight page is going to show us everything we need to start unraveling the security event. When signals cluster together, Cloud SIEM is going to use the tactics and techniques to name the insight they generate. The insight's name can point you to how the event occurred, why the adversary is behaving that way. For example, a tactic name like discovery or persistence shows the reasons the adversary has used. Similarly, tactic names like initial access or execution can tell a little about the methods the adversary used as well. These names are just starting points, however, and you may need to revise your hypothesis as you continue your investigation. And so here we see an example of one, and we'll look at probably this one soon as well. When we look at the insight, the timeline is going to be really helpful here, and that's what we're trying to show. It's all blue, so it's kind of just a lot of blue on here, but we can still start to see this timeline, which is going to show us when the event occurred. It's going to show us also whether each signal was triggered at the same time or sequentially, as well as whether everything happened over minutes, hours, or days. By default, insights are related signals that cluster together within the last 14 days. In this example, we can see some signals occurred several days before the others, but 3 clustered together more recently. So what we see here on the far left is a rule was triggered. Then we see about a week later, another rule was triggered. And then about 4 or 5 days later, we see 3 were triggered within a fairly short time range. And so that's helpful. That's interesting to see. Finally, the entities within each signal can help point to who, what, or where the event occurred. And so once again, that entity might point to the IP address of a hacked device. It might be the location of an adversary. It might be the location of a database that leaked, the owner of a website, or some other piece of the puzzle. Each insight will only have one entity that it's clustered around. All right, so now let's go ahead and see there. Let's go ahead and start to investigate an insight. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and use our lab guide. So we're going to go back to our guide. Come on, guide. There we go. And we're going to go into lab 2. Now, lab 2 is going to have multiple parts to it. So what we have in lab 2 is we have lab 2A, 2B, and 2C. Lab 2A is the financial logic demo example. Lab 2B is pharma, and lab 2C is coffee. So we're going to select one. I think we'll probably use just the first one, the financial logic. Feel free to use others or go through them later or whenever, but we're just going to do one. So we'll do lab 2A. So we're going to use financial logic. So as it says, while working for financial logic, we receive an alert about an insight called persistence with initial access. And we want to find out what happened. So now let's go ahead and do so. So to do so, we're going to go ahead. Let me organize my screen here. Got a lot going on. We're going to go back into, or hopefully still in Cloud SIEM Enterprise. And we're going to go ahead and want to locate a specific insight. So to do so, we're going to go to the top of the screen and go to Insights. And now we want to look for an insight called persistence with initial access. You might see it on your screen. You might not. You might have to scroll for it. You might also have to search for it, but you should see it. And they should find a few of them. It doesn't really matter which one you choose. I'm going to get rid of that status is not closed. And also just on this screen, I just wanted to show you, you can arrange your insights to look differently. Up here, you can modify them from a list versus more of a, we call it a board. I consider it more like a workflow where it's now categorized into the various groups. So probably wouldn't need to go to closed because those things are closed already. For today, we might, but so let me go ahead and find my record. And I'm going to go ahead and open it. And what I should now start to see is what has happened. The system is going to categorize and group these things together and then start to show me the order of it. The top of the screen is so dark here. I don't know why. Maybe this might, and normally it's a little lighter, but we can still start to see things. And so what are we starting to see? What events were detected as the lab is asking? What events were detected? Was the total of the severity scores? Let's start to kind of go through what's occurring here. So here we see the time. We see a threat intelligence occurred right here. And then we see some other stuff happening over here. All within the past, was that about the past 18 hours or so. On the left-hand side of the screen, we see information such as the entity. So this is that unique kind of identifier that is being labeled here or associated with this insight. We see the severity scores. So here we start to see the severity score of a 3 and a 4 and a 3 and a 5, etc. Now these numbers are going to add up higher than 12, which we'll talk about a little bit later, making it an insight. And the order that these things happen is important. So what happened is here, there was a threat intelligence. A user received an email with a phishing link. A malicious file was allowed, and CrowdStrike detected that this file that was accessed is noteworthy. And so all this correlation put together results in a medium severity. Let's see the order of events that these happened in. So we see up here, this is starting to show us the time, the order. Let's see, what other information can we find, or do we have any other hypotheses? So what we're seeing here, and I probably should let some of you answer these, but this is really where things kind of went wrong. So the user received an email with that phishing link. And the system was nice enough to let us know that this link is known to be phishing related. Now, just clicking on a phishing link alone is not enough to cause an insight. The fact that the link is associated with a file malicious file is more information and more correlation that these series of actions were not good to take. And then we also see once again that CrowdStrike. Let's see, what other insight or information do we see in here? That's really the highlights. We see the event time, when the insight was created, the dwell time of kind of how long the whole thing took. Yeah, it's pretty much what we see in there. Now what we want to do in step 4 here, or what we would want to do, I guess we'll do it anyhow as well, is we can go ahead and use the comments section. So what we could start to do is investigate this, and this is just a false alarm or whatever, however we want to start to provide some context to what's going on here. We can also assign these to each other. So I could go ahead and claim this. We'll play with these in a few moments, but I can start to assign it. I can modify the status. I can take some actions, and then I can close the insight and give it a result. And then the system will start to use those results in the future and learn from them. All right, let's see. Let's go into, so that's all with 2A. We're not going to do 2B or 2C just due to time. If you want to go ahead and play around with them, feel free to, of course. Let's see. For anybody that needs the labs, I put them back in the chat, so should be good there. And now let's go back to the deck here. So let's see, where did we get up to? We started in here, we looked at our recap. So for our financial logic, what we found was that phishing link and potential malware. All right, let's keep going here. All right. There we go. All right. Yeah, okay. Okay, so insights. They provide a great high-level summary of potential security events. And because of Cloud SIEM's threat intelligence and sophisticated correlation engine, very few insights are false positives, so they're typically all worth investigating. However, sometimes you might want to investigate deeper to really understand what happened. Or you may want to do proactive threat hunting work to find potential problems before they impact your system, even if some of what you're looking at are false alarms. The Signals tab is going to list all the signals that have been created by rules that have been triggered in your system in the last 14 days by default. Signals are going to provide summaries of potential security threats. Remember, not all signals are security incidences. After all, there are legitimate reasons why someone might be logged into 2 different devices at the same time, or why they might have several failed password attempts on an account. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday, different security standpoint, but the idea that the system is going to let you know what has occurred, but there may be legitimate reasons why that has occurred or not. And sometimes it takes that extra kind of step of detective work to take that investigation just one layer deeper. When you click on a signal, you're going to have the option to see the full details of the record it triggered. And that's going to include the information like the IP address, geolocation, threat level, and other information that can help aid in our investigation. The Entities tab is going to list all the entities that our rules have detected in the last 14 days by default. Once again, each entity will have an activity score associated with it. And that activity score is going to be the sum of all the severity scores of all the unique signals associated with that entity. So when an entity activity score reaches 12 or higher, an insight is going to be created. If you have several entities with high activity scores, this might be a good starting point for a threat hunt. And we'll talk more about the calculation for that sort of soon, a little bit. Oh, sorry, I keep doing that. Context actions. This is a pretty a neat feature, I guess. Context actions are found through the Cloud SIEM UI and are going to be useful for in-depth investigations. Many entities in the Insight, Signals, and Entities pages will have context action. And what we're showing here is the ability to use them. So what you would do is you would go to, let's kind of wait for it to start here. It's looking for an action, and then it should find 6 dots. There it goes. And then we can go ahead and do something with that action. We can do things like insert the entity into an API call, do a DNS lookup, do a simple Google search, and many other tasks. Your admin can also add custom context actions as well. Now, using Sumo Logic Search is going to be helpful as well. There's going to be several ways to bring the information back, ways to bring the information you find in Cloud SIEM back to the Sumo Logic platform. One context action is Sumo Logic Search, and the screenshot is showing this right now very clearly. Basically, what's going to happen is selecting this action will create a log search in Sumo Logic. So this way you can find all log messages with that entity, even if it wasn't detected by a rule in Cloud SIEM. And what we're going to do in Lab 3 is try this out or play with it. So what we see here, and the screenshot is very accurate to what we're about to do, but let's watch it. Essentially choose the 6 dots, then go to the action. We're going to select Sumo Logic Search, and it's going to take us back into the search interface looking for that specific IP address. And so we're going to go ahead and do that right now. Even though the screenshot showed us how to do it, we're going to do it. One more, although there is one more step, I forgot. And the last step is finishing the investigation. So in Cloud SIEM, there's going to be different actions you can take on each insight. You can comment on the insight, as I showed earlier. You can close it or assign a status to it. And when you close the insight, the Cloud SIM is going to use that resolution information to reduce those false positives. So assigning a status to the insight lets you keep working on it and keeps track of your progress. You can also assign the insight to yourself or use the action buttons to alert a colleague, create JIRA tickets, send Slack messages, use other APIs, many other options. Those action buttons are going to be customizable, but only configured by admins. And that is something we'll discuss in the afternoon. If you do need a custom action, feel free to ask your admin or a Sumo account rep to have some assistance in setting one up. All right, let's go back to the lab. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to our lab guide. We're going to go to lab 3 and specifically lab 3A. So I'm going to go ahead and go to that persistence with initial access. So hopefully that insight is still open. If not, that's fine. Just go ahead and search for it again. So insight persistence. Yeah, I think I got that right. And pick one. Go pick this one. On the left-hand side of the screen, you should see that entity, that IP address. And you should see when you hover or click on, actually when you hover over the IP address, on the right of that should be 6 dots. You can then click on those 6 dots and then you should be able to select an option. The one we want you to select for today or right now is Sumo Logic Search. And what it should do is take that IP address and plug it in. And so now we are searching all of our log messages from the last 15 minutes for the specific IP. And now we're starting to see it. And then we can start to do things with it. Now, another search we're going to do here is a pretty helpful one. I'm going to take the query that's listed in step 6, and I'm going to copy it and put it as a new log search. And I'm also going to grab that IP address. And let me go line by line to show you what this is doing. So in the first line, I'll just do last 3 hours should be enough. So in the first line, we're saying, look at the security record, look at the Cloud SIM data. This is the internal, why is there no data? Let's see here. Let's see, it should pull something. Here we go. Okay, so sorry, I don't know why it wasn't working, but what it's ultimately doing is taking this IP address, looking through all the security records, all the Cloud SIM records, and showing us where the IP has appeared and in what source categories. Or not source categories, I'm sorry, these are metadata vendors and products. But now we're starting to see that this IP showed up in CrowdStrike. It showed up in Windows many times, showed up in Proofpoint. And so this is starting to give us that insight into what's taking place. And from here, we can start to use the query language and go on from there. We could, like we did earlier, start to turn these into charts and modify them, do things like that. So really helpful to just take that and bring it into Sumo. And just by, like we saw, just by using the 6 dots, the actions button. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go back into the insight, and we're going to go ahead and kind of finish it out. So what we have here are the ability for the statuses to modify them. So we could set it to closed. We could set it to in progress, as it says. If a few different options. I'll go ahead and close it. And then I can put a resolution. The resolution is important because it's going to, the system's going to learn off it essentially. So we want to put a resolution that's going to be accurate. And then you'll go ahead and close the insight. Let's see. Some of you getting an issue with the quotes here. What you want to do is you want to make sure that you remove the quotes and re-add them here. If you copy them from the PDF, sometimes they don't paste back in properly. So even though you see quote and quote, it might actually be quote and quote. So removing those and re-adding them should work. Just a weird thing. Okay, let's see. I think we're doing pretty good so far. Let's go. Good, Ken's good. So let's go back to the deck. We'll probably take a break. We can take a break now. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on time. Let's take a break now. It's a little bit earlier than expected, but I don't think there'll be too much complaints. So we'll do a 10-minute break. And certainly same, I keep assuming everyone who was here yesterday, during the break, Matt and I are going to step away, get a beverage, get a little snack. If there's questions, put them in, we'll come back and grab them. And otherwise we'll get back together and let's keep it honest. So 9:40. So about 9 minutes. Come back. We'll finish up. Might be done a little bit early for the morning session, but then we'll take the exam and then continue. So thanks again, everybody, and talk to you all in a few minutes. All right, everyone, looks like we should be back from break. Looks like there was a question. Let's see, what is the question here? Going back to lab 2, step 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. The question was about how are severity scores of the insights of the signals added together. So let me go ahead, get back into it. So we're going to go into, let's see, we're going to go into persistence. And so what we were doing here is we were looking at very simply the, in the insight, looking at these numbers right here. These are the activity scores. And so this, or severity scores. Severity scores is really the better way to describe them. And so what we see here is they add up to 3 plus 4 plus 3, so that's 10, plus 5 is 15. What we're going to look at in a few moments, or actually, yeah, we'll look at it in a few moments as well, is how that score is not calculated. I just showed you it's 3 plus 3 plus 5, but the fact that it's over 12 is going to be meaningful. And that's why it's been put together in an insight, because over the past 14 days, really more accurately over probably the past 24 hours, there's been associated with this entity, these activity scores that add over 12, and that's producing that insight. And so that is customizable, that value, that 12, but that's what's doing it, what the system's doing by default. All right, so let's go ahead, and I hope that helps. Let's take a look at, where are we? I'm going back in the lab guide. Let's go back to the slides. So many different sources of content here. And yeah, we'll actually be going over that score just in a few moments, which I think will help a lot. All right, so presentation mode. Okay, so what I want to do now is talk about, as it says, customizing content. So what are Cloud SIM rules? Once you've completed a few investigations, you may want to add rules or modify the rules. These are going to be data sources, excuse me. So you may want to add or modify the rules, the data sources, the match lists, or other pieces of Cloud SIM's puzzle. These modifications can help further reduce false positives or alert you even faster. The most common thing to customize are rules and insights. Rules are one of the most important pieces of the Cloud SIM detection engine. All the records that are ingested in Cloud SIM are compared to every rule in Cloud SIM. Remember, records are just normalized log messages. If there's a match, an entity is going to be extracted, that IP address, that MAC address, and a signal will be created. Those entities are then tracked and may correlate with other signals to create an insight, which is where most threat investigations begin. And that's what we just saw a few moments ago, where we saw that entity. It had multiple activities associated with it, with various severity scores that were higher than what the system was expecting. Now, there's many different custom file rule types, but you don't have to write your rules from scratch. The Sumo Logic content team is going to create and maintain hundreds of out-of-the-box rules to get you started. And that's where we saw those 640 rules or so. The majority of those are created by us. Those are going to be updated frequently, often every several days or a few days. And you can check back on the most recent updates in the announcement page. But sometimes you need to write a new rule from scratch. You might do this if your system has a source that isn't covered by the default rules, or if you're looking for a threat that isn't covered by the default rules. Custom rules are not going to be updated or deleted by Sumo Logic during the regular updates. They're going to be independent from the default rules. If you do decide to create custom rules or rule tuning expressions, those rules will not be modified or deleted by Sumo's regular updates. So just important to point that out. Now, there's 4 different types of custom rules. There's match, probably the most simple one. What it's going to do is check, basically take a Boolean statement and check if it's true or false. If it's true, then an entity will be extracted and a signal will be created. For example, you might want to simply look for whether an IP address matches that is on a banned list. If it does, true, it triggers. If it doesn't, false, then just continues on. Another custom rule type is threshold. Threshold rules are going to be triggered when a match is found a certain number of times. So for example, if you wanted, if one failed login attempt is acceptable, but 5 failed login attempts in under 1 hour are not, then you could create a threshold rule that would fire after the 5th failed login attempt. Chain rules. These are going to be rules that are going to fire when certain different events happen in a certain time window. For example, if we wanted to look for 5 failed login attempts followed by 1 successful login within 1 hour, you'd use a chain rule. And as we talked a little bit yesterday, that might be indicative of a brute force attack. It might also be indicative of someone forgetting their password 5 times and then logging in successfully on that 6th time, but the system can show you what it shows you. Finally, there's aggregation rules. We don't really use these much, but these are going to be triggered when up to 6 different events accumulate over time. So if you want a rule that looks for a large number of event types from a single device IP, you might use an aggregation rule, but we're really not going to do too much with them today. Now this screen here is going to show what a blank rule template in Cloud SIM looks like. And we're going to play with these shortly, but the screenshot is good. So we have essentially to the screen 2 sides to it, the left and the right, the if and the then. We're going to put what record needs to match what expression in the if, and then if it matches, what's going to occur in the then. So when a rule is created, we're going to configure the condition it matches, typically going to be a short piece of code that will depend on the rule type we're creating. We can also add those rule tuning expressions. So those small exceptions to rules can be appended with an end statement. And then once we've set the conditions for the rule to fire, then we can configure the signal that will be created. We can configure things like the name, the entity, the description, and the MITRE attack and techniques, MITRE attack tactics and techniques we're looking for within our rule. Finally, we're going to configure the rule severity score. This is going to be on a scale from 0 to 10, with 10 being the most severe. And so we can choose a severity of 0 if we only want to monitor something but not create insights. Higher severity scores are more likely to trigger insights. Some best practices for custom rules. And before you create your custom rules from scratch, these are some of those best practices. First, check the existing rules in the system. As I mentioned, Sumo Logic has hundreds of built-in rules already, so you may not need to write a new rule from scratch. Or maybe you just need to take a small change to the existing rule, like a rule tuning expression or adjusting a severity score. So see if what you need is already in the system. You need to know your system well. Might be an obvious statement, but before you create your custom rules, you need to understand the schema and the log mappings of all the records that are ingested into Cloud SIM to write effective rules. And this is where an administrator on the team could help write better rules. We'll go through the administration course later that will help you write better rules, so we'll get there. But certainly knowing the system or working with somebody who does is responsible rule writing. In addition to the system's details about log mappings and metadata, you need to know or understand your company's risk tolerance your company's risk tolerance, their risk appetite, and their priorities. So for example, some companies might want to monitor a large amount of outbound traffic and not consider it a threat. So they might assign a large amount of outbound traffic a rule severity of 0. Another company might be alarmed by outbound traffic and consider it data exfiltration, and they might assign that same exact rule a severity of 5. Both are correct. It's just how concerned is your organization about that. We do want you to understand all the types of the rules. If your use case requires a chain rule, but you write a threshold rule, it might not be as efficient or as effective. When you do either write a new rule or edit an existing one, we recommend making small changes. So for example, if you want to increase the severity of a score, you want to go from 8 to a 2, maybe don't go that drastic. Maybe go 8 to a 7 and see how that 7 works for you. Then if that's not working, go to a 6 and then bring your way down. Don't just go so drastic. And then finally, another best practice is to save all new rules as a prototype. And what that's going to allow you to do is monitor the rules behavior without creating new insights and alerts. So it's a good way to essentially test your rules, which is always, testing is always good. All right, a few more slides here. I told you it might get a little slide heavy, but just for probably another 10 minutes or so. Talking about rule tuning now. So adding a rule tuning expression to an existing rule is one of the easiest, most common ways to customize your rules. A rule tuning expression, as I mentioned, is an end statement that you're going to add to an existing rule. So it's usually going to be pretty simple logic you add to rules. And as a best practice, you should use rule tuning expressions when you have a small number of specific exceptions to existing rules. So if you have a rule that works, but you just want to tweak it a little bit, rule tuning expressions are the way to go. With rule tuning, you can modify existing rules without writing them from scratch. And so that's going to let you customize them without doing much work, which is always good. Once you've written a tuning expression, you can apply that tuning expression to multiple rules. You can also apply multiple tuning expressions to each rule, so they're very flexible. And we're going to learn how to apply one tuning expression to multiple rules. And we're also going to learn how to apply multiple tuning expressions to one rules. So we're going to look at both of those in just shortly. When you use the rule tuning instead of custom rules, your tuning expressions are retained when some Sumo updates that rule. So you still get to take advantage of the rules Sumo pushes out to all of its users. So get the benefits kind of both ways. All right, creating insights. Once a rule is in your system, whether it's a custom rule you created or one that was created by the Sumo team, doesn't really matter. CloudSim will then start to use it to create signals. If a record matches a rule, an entity is going to be extracted from the record. Once again, that entity is something like the IP address, the username, domain name. It's telling us who the potential threat is. Once an entity is in the CloudSim system, CloudSim then tracks the total severity score of signals associated with each entity as an activity score. Once that activity score gets high enough, usually over 12 by default, then an insight is created. And that's what we were seeing in that exercise in lab 2. We were seeing the 3 plus the 3 plus the 5 plus the 4. That got us over 12. That now turns that stuff into an insight. All right, let's keep going here. So insight clustering, this should give a good visual for the way the math kind of works with the clustering. I like this this example we have here. So let's talk through what we're seeing on our screen here. So let's say on the right-hand side of the screen, we have 13 signals that are in our system from the last 2 weeks. Each shape or color, I guess either way, is going to represent a different signal. So some of our signals are entity A, which are going to be represented by pink triangles. Some of them are going to be entity B, which are going to be green squares. And then the others will be entity C that are going to be blue circles. So we have green triangle, pink triangles, green squares, and blue circles. Based on the rule that fired, each of those will have that severity score. And that's what we're seeing inside the shape is that score. So if we look at our pink triangles, they have a severity score of a 5, a 6, and a 7. Are those going to cluster together into an insight? We have the blue circles. They have a severity of 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3. Are those going to cluster together into an insight? And then finally, we have our 5 squares. 1, 2, 2, 3, and 4. Are those going to cluster together into an insight? So the question is, and think about it, you don't have to answer out loud, but of those shapes, which shapes are going to cluster together to form an insight? Well, let's find out. Let's talk about entity A first, the pink triangles. Those are going to cluster into an insight. Even though there's only 3 of them, they each have a relatively high severity score. The total severity, the total activity score, excuse me, for entity A, or the pink triangles, is 18, 7 plus 6 plus 5. And so they're clustered together into an insight because of those signals add up to more than 12. Let's take a look at entity B, the green squares on the bottom. Those also clustered into an insight. Their severity scores are relatively low, 1, 2, 2, 3, and 4, but there's a bunch of them. And so added up, they equal 12, and 12 is equal to 12. And so that classifies as an insight. Now, what about the blue circles? Those do not classify or cluster into an insight. But CloudSim is still going to track this entity on the Entities tab. It currently has an activity score of 10, 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 3. So unless or until another rule with severity of 2 or higher triggers, it will not turn into a cluster. So if it was 2 or higher, then it would turn into a cluster into an insight. So as you can see here, you can have a large number of low severity score signals that won't create an insight. You can have a small number of high severity score signals that do create an insight. And so you want to keep that in mind when you're configuring the severity scores of your custom rules. 2 more slides here. Custom insights. But what if you want to be alerted right away when a certain rule is triggered, or you don't want to use the default activity score of 12? That's where custom insights is going to come in, because custom insights is going to let you create insights based on one specific signal or a chain of signals, regardless of their severity scores. And this is really great for known threats that are specific to your system. You're also not going to need to change any of your existing rules and insights. They're going to keep working normally. And so you won't have to adjust the default settings for activity scores, which is good. All right, finally, CloudSim tuning and customization. So remember, CloudSim's out-of-the-box rules and insights are great, but we want you to have the flexibility to customize your environment. We learned or talked about 3 simple ways to customize CloudSim's rules and insights. The first was the rule tuning expressions are simple ways to add small exceptions or other clauses to existing rules. The secondly, custom rules let you write logic that's unique to your system to cover threats or data sources that are not covered by those default rules, or those built-in rules, not really default, built-in rules. And then finally, custom insights allow you to get alerts based on just one rule or a chain of rules. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and create some rules. So we're going to go ahead and utilize our lab guide here. But as we're going to, I'll show you just what we're going to do is we're going to write a rule tuning expression. Then we're going to write a custom match rule. And then finally, we're going to create a custom insight. And so we're going to use our lab book for this. So we're going to go back into Sumo, back into CloudSim. Let me get my lab book here. And we're going to go to lab number 4 and pretty much follow the steps. When we're naming things, we are going to encourage you to use the naming convention of initials and the 3-digit number. Just makes things easier when I have to clean the system out later. So if you could just stick to that, that would be helpful. But let's go ahead and create one. And what we want to do here is create a rule tuning expression, because as it says, we're updating some of the firewalls in our system, and we don't want to trigger unnecessary alerts. So we want to write a rule tuning expression that will allow us, individuals, to bypass the firewall related rules. So how do we do that? Well, like I said, the steps are right here, and we basically follow them. So we're going to go ahead in lab 4 and go into content. So top of the screen, content, and then we're going to select rule tuning. And we're going to, timeout. Yeah, apologize about that. You might need to log yourself back in. Yeah. I should have warned you about that timeout thing, although I forgot about it, but it does have a pretty short window. So what we want to do if we did get totally logged out is log back in using the Training Plus Analyst, and then go to CloudSim Enterprise. And now we should be together. And now we're going to go content, rule tuning. And now what we're going to see are any rule tuning expressions. There aren't any set up. We clean the system out periodically, so that's why there are none. But we're going to create one. So to create, top right, click create. And then let's kind of fill in the blanks here. So what we want to do is we want to tune the selected rule. So this should be set to tune selected rules already. And we want to add the rule that we want to tune. So what we want to do is we want to type the word firewall, because we want to adjust the firewall rule. And then we want to look for a firewall rule. The one we want to use specifically is AWS Network Firewall Alert. Now what we want to do is towards the bottom, we want to include records that are going to match this rule. And so what we want to specify here is what rule we want to have it match. The rule we want to have it match is what you see here with the user underscore email equals training plus analyst number. So we want to specifically put our number. The other thing we need to do here is, you notice, or you may not notice, when I pasted it in, everything is white, but in the screenshot, the email address is red. This is once again just due to the pasting of the apostrophes. So what we want to do is just remove them and redo them. And then that should turn red. And also, not and also, we're using an is not here. So what we're saying is basically block everybody except us. So we're creating a rule to allow us to bypass the firewall rules. Now, we do want to click submit, but before we do, or we do, period, if we see a triangle here, it's letting us know we did not fill in something. And it's letting me know correctly that I didn't fill in something. I was supposed to go up here and type tuning expression JB123. Now I can click submit. And now what we can do, we don't have to, but we might as well, is verify this rule is there. So what we can do is go back into our rule tuning. Let's see, we should start to see something in here. Cool, and there we go. And now we see various rule tuning expressions. So it looks like 7 others of you are playing along. So that's great to see. Okay, that's really all with that lab. Let's see, that error that is being reported in the chat is very strange. Maybe Matt can give a quick look at that, but certainly not a traditional error. What we want to do in lab 5 is we want to create a custom match rule now. So we had talked earlier about the different types of rules, the match, the chain, the aggregates. And so we want to play with the custom match rule. So in this case, the scenario is we're concerned about traffic coming from a particular IP address that isn't covered by any of the default rules. And so we want to write a rule match that is going to look for this IP address. So to do so, we're going to go to content, but this time we're going to go to rules. When we see the rules in there, we once again are seeing those 641 rules, and probably 635 of them are created by Sumo. But we can still create a new rule. So to create a new rule, we'll click on create. And then we're going to choose the type of rule. And we looked at these earlier. Once again, we're going to use the match rule. It's the simplest one. That's not necessarily why we're using it, but partially is as well. So we're going to go ahead and click on create. And essentially fill in the blanks here. So once again, we're going to give this rule a name. So this is going to be a match rule. And then we're going to, just continue to fill in the blanks. So we want to specify the IP address. So we're going to go ahead and copy that in, paste it in here. But once again, it might be in not red. So we want to go ahead and take those and modify those apostrophes. And then that should turn that portion in red. Once again, this is just a weird kind of artifact from copying from the PDF. So now we're saying the match rule is when it matches 127.0.0.1. Now, when it matches 120.0.0.1, what do we want to have occur? This is where we're going to add our tuning expression. So we're going to click on Add Tuning Expression. And what we want to do is we want to locate that tuning expression that we created previously in lab 4. So what we should be able to do is choose an existing tuning expression, and we should be able to find ours. Now we're going to just continue here. So basically, if the record is matched where it's the device IP of the loopback address and matches my tuning expression that I wrote earlier in the previous lab, then we want it to create a signal. Now we can go ahead and fill in here how we want the signal to be created. We want the signal to include the device IP. That's going to be that entity. That's going to be that unique identifier, essentially. We can go ahead and enter the name. For the name, the summary, the description, we're going to kind of just put generic, not generic, but just kind of test data in here. So signal JB 1, 2, 3. The summary and description, I'm just going to put test and test. Feeling kind of lazy. This should be set to constant. I don't really talk about the differences. It shows in here, but constant is what we typically always use. We can define the severity here. So on a scale of 0 to 10, if this occurs, how severe is this? Probably going to be pretty low, but we could make it higher. And certainly if you want to play around, feel free to put that to whatever. And then finally, the tags. We had mentioned and discussed that MITRE ATT&CK framework earlier, and this is where we can specify it. So with our tags, we can specify the tactic, and we can choose any of them. We're going to use initial access here. Once we have that all filled in, ideally, we should have nothing over here next to submit, but we do want to click the save this rule as a prototype box first, because we want to make this rule a test, essentially. We don't want to push it out live. So this is really more of a best practice is why we're having you do this. So click on that, click submit, and then it should be created. Once again, you should be brought back to this screen, which is a good confirmation that it's been created. It should say the rule has been created successfully. But ultimately, if you go to content and rules and search for your rule, it should be in there. Oh, refresh. Let's see, where did it go? Oh no, I called mine. I gave mine a different name. Yeah, if I use a different name, that's why it's not showing up. But yours should. Let's just try one more time. I don't want to waste too much time looking for it. All right, it's in there. So there it is. Go. All right, there we go. So there we see a rule. All right. So lab 6 is now custom insights. So what we're going to do is go to content and custom insights this time. So far today, actually, we've covered all of these. We went over the rules, went over rule tuning, and now we're doing custom insights. And custom insights, in this case, we're going to assume we want to be alerted when a custom or a new custom match rule is triggered. And so once again, we're going to create the steps here. Pretty straightforward. Content, custom insights. Click on create. Give it a name. I'm going to try and remember my name this time. Insight JB 1, 2, 3. And then for the left-hand side of the screen, under when signals are created for the following rules, we want to select one or more rules. And then we want to go ahead and search in here for the rule we created in lab 5, which I think, let's see. I forgot what I called it. That's kind of going to be a problem. Let's see. Yeah, where is mine? All right, so what I would do here is if I knew it, like I said, I just kind of forgot what name I used. So I'm going to just put in whatever just to speed things along. I don't want to spend time remembering what it was called. We are going to look for it in any order. So we want to look for a signal that's created from a signal name. We don't care about the order that it was performed in. And then we can go ahead and start to create that insight. So when that signal is matching, essentially, then we can create that insight. We can specify the severity and give a description name. And we can also provide those that MITRE ATT&CK framework again. So once again, we'll use the tactic and technique for initial access. And then we can go ahead and click submit here again. Now it's not going to find, well, it still should create the rule. It's just not really going to match anything exactly, but it still should create that insight for us. All right, so assuming you're good there, click submit. Custom insight should be updated successfully and you should be good. Once again, if you, let's see, just to verify it's in there, if I now go back to content and custom insights, I should see mine. There's mine and there's many of you. All right, cool. So let's see, where are we at? Let me go back to the deck. I think we're early, which is fine. Yeah, we're a little early out of schedule, but that's okay. Yeah, so that really covers the content that I wanted to discuss for this morning. Yeah, so I'll talk about the exam. I'll do that in a moment, but just going to kind of pause here and see if there's any questions. So as a reminder, essentially what we did today is we did the bottom half of this chart. So we went over the rules, how they become signals, the entities, how they become and cluster together in 12 and over 14 days, how that gets correlated, turned into an insight, and then how you can take that insight and do the Sumo logic search or give it to somebody else or close it out and give it a resolution, all that kind of stuff. In the afternoon here, we'll be going over the top half here of bringing data into Sumo Logic or into Cloud SIM and how it gets mapped and parsing and those things which are useful, especially for administrators. So if there's no other questions, let's go ahead and continue. We're going to, like I said, we'll be done a little bit early today, but I don't think anybody on either side is probably going to complain too much about that. So let's get you in the exam. Let's talk about it. So what we want you to do is once you're done, you're going to want to log into Sumo Logic. Am I even logged in here? So we want you to log back into Sumo Logic, but it's important that you log in using your account, not training at Sumo Logic, but your personal, private, professional Sumo account, which everybody should have. Especially if you joined yesterday. If you didn't and you don't have an account, let us know. We can kind of work with that, but we'll talk about that in a few moments once I get people underway. So once you get logged in to Sumo, you want to go to certification and you want to go to get certified. And what we're going to do today is, let me just make sure it's not here. I just want to, they move things. See, they moved it for me. Let me just, oh, okay. No. Let me try. Okay, so we want to go to get certified. And yeah, okay, they are both on here. I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure. So what we want to do is we want to go to get certified, and then we want to check or click on this box, the Cloud SIM Fundamentals exam. And I'll go through these steps a couple times. Once you're in there, same rules as previously, you'll register for free. It's going to give you basic guidelines, 20 questions, 60 minutes to take it. Once again, it's open book, open Google, open documentation, multiple choice, 70 to pass, same, pretty standard. And so then you'll just read the legalese and then eventually take the exam. Take the exam, submit all the answers. And then as a reminder, you are going to need to click submit results once you're done with the exam so that you get credit for the exam. Let's see. So everybody, let's get logged in. Also, the other more important reminder. is this promotion going on, and certainly want everybody to take advantage of it. So once you get your certification, send it to us. I changed the email address on you. So if you sent it to the other one yesterday, that's perfectly fine. Just going forward, if you could use this email address, it's going to be training-promotions@sumologic.com. So yeah, just send a copy of your certificate. You're going to be getting another one, ideally later today, so you can send them both at the same. It doesn't really matter, but certainly take advantage of that. There was a question about, let me see, about in the exam, can you go back? Yes, you can look at all your answers before you submit. Let me just confirm that that's true. Yeah, you should be able to. So you should be able to step back and modify that. Just want to prove it really more to myself, but I believe you can. So let's see, check an answer. It should let you go back. Yeah, so you can go back in here. So in the questions, probably the best way is once you're done, go ahead and review each question, and we'll have your answers, and then ultimately submit all the answers at one time. So, good question. Let's see, any other questions? All right, so let's start the exam. Schedule wise, yeah, we're kind of we're gonna have a big break, but like I said, I think that's okay. So it's currently 10:42.
Yep.
Okay, all right, cool. Guessed. All right, I guessed right. Cool. And so we'll be coming back at 1:30. So we have, yeah, almost 3 hours alone, but that's okay. So we'll be here while you take the exam. Matt and I will, rotate on and off while we get a little snack or something. But thank you for joining the morning session. Hope to see you in the afternoon session. Yeah, we're here to help, like Matt just said, perfectly put. So thank you again. I'm going to throw myself on mute, and hope to see you later today. Yeah, welcome everybody, or welcome back. We're going to get started here in just another moment. So hopefully you had a nice little break, and we might have some new people joining us. I doubt it, but I just want to give them a moment to join. But then we'll get started shortly. So thanks everybody. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Everybody that's here is here, and so let's do it. So hopefully the morning session went well for you. We went over the Cloud SIM fundamentals. We went over the exam, and hopefully you got a good feel for it. What we're going to do now is do the administration portion and cover the kind of the other half of it. So as I alluded to, or as we discussed earlier, particularly this slide, we had talked this morning about kind of the bottom half of the slide. And now today we're going to be talking about the top half. So we're going to talk about collection and how that works. And we're actually going to do some ingestion. So we're going to take a message and ingest it into Sumo Logic and see what happens. Then we're going to go ahead and set up some enrichment, some parsing, similar to how we did it yesterday, but also quite different. And go through that process and then re-ingest the data and see what happens when it gets enriched. So it's a fun lab. I enjoy it. So let's get into it. So let me go ahead and get back to just the intro. So here's the agenda, kind of very similar to the way we did things this morning. Some pretty heavy on the slides in the front, labs interwoven in there, and then slides, labs, break somewhere in there, and then certification. This class will probably be a little, not accelerated, but some of it we can skip a little bit because we went over it just earlier, but I'll be cautious about what exactly we do skip. All right, so as a reminder, and I think everybody's well aware already and taking advantage of the promotion with the Uber Eats, so please do so. So, and then let's go ahead and let's jump in here. So, like I said, I'm hesitant to go through these slides. Well, let me just go through the first bunch. It's not too repetitive. So Cloud SIM, what is it? So once again, and this is important, I'm assuming you were here this morning, but if not, certainly what we're talking about is a cloud-based enterprise-grade security information and management system, and that's SIM. And so as a reminder, Cloud SIM leverages Sumo Logic's core functionality, and we saw some of that in regards to querying, which is part of Sumo Logic, but also the data collection side of things, the ingestion, as we're going to see shortly, certainly the storage, and then threat intelligence. Now, once again, like I've alluded to, and probably didn't need to bring up this slide a moment ago since we get to it pretty quickly in the presentation, but want to run through this again and just, once again, go through it and make sure we're good. And I think we are. The first step is, or really the idea here is taking those millions of messages, as you saw, and funneling them down into a handful of insights, and then ultimately making them actionable security investigations. And so we talked about that this morning. But the customer data sources, this is the top part, and this is where the data actually comes in. So those logs are going to be collected and ingested by Sumo Logic, and they're going to be turned into messages. And as mentioned, we'll do a lab that walks through that process. It's pretty simple. Then the data is going to be parsed and mapped and enriched into Cloud SIM records. So similar as we did parsing yesterday, same theory behind it. And the enrichment is similar to metadata in the idea of making it easier for you and the system, in this case, Cloud SIM, to locate those records and figure out what to do with them. So after we get to the records portion, then we get to the rules, and this is where we discussed, still really started this morning, was how those records are compared to rules, and then a rule might be triggered. If it is, an entity might be extracted, a severity score would be assigned, and a signal might be created, depending on if it hits certain criteria. And those signals, was the really big criteria. So if enough signals within the same entity cluster together, that becomes the insight. So the records go through the rules. The entities are kind of looked at or parsed out in their own way, but those who and what's are taken out, compared to signals, grouped together into signals rather, and then the correlation that turns those into insights. Now, as a Cloud SIEM administrator, it's your job to make sure this whole pipeline flows smoothly. In this course, as mentioned, I'm going to be focusing on that first part. Let's see what else on here. I guess that's really about it for this slide here. Once again, the reminder of, imagine we're using Sumo Logic Coffee. They are generating millions of log messages. Those are being ingested into Sumo Logic, collected, ingested, forwarded. Now, what data is going to be ingested? It's going to be a good idea to examine periodically what data you're ingesting and sending into Sumo Logic, and specifically Cloud SIEM. Because as an admin, you're going to be responsible for data ingestion. So you want to ask yourself these following questions. Are you ingesting enough data? Cloud SIEM is going to take thousands or millions of records and boil them down into a handful of insights. Most organizations ingest more than 50 gigs of data every day to start finding any insights. If your ingest volume is smaller than this, you may want to consider sending more data to Cloud SIEM, or using other security solutions like just the Threat Intel app, which is something we looked at. We didn't look at the app yesterday, we actually should have, but we looked at the querying that is utilized through it. Now, conversely, are you ingesting too much data? More data doesn't always mean more insights. The threat detection logic built into Cloud SIEM generally prevents false positives. However, some organizations choose to ingest or store less data as a way to cut costs. One solution is partitioning your data into different tiers and then only sending some of that data along to Cloud SIEM. Are you ingesting the right data? Cloud SIEM doesn't just work on quantity alone. Quality data will affect your performance as well. As a best practice, you'll need to bring in quality data sources that are supported by Cloud SIEM. High value data sources include CloudTrail logs, Windows events logs, AWS logs, GuardDuty logs. I should also consider whether your data is structured, like key value pairs, or unstructured, like plain text files. Most data ingested into Sumo Logic is semi-structured, like JSON logs, and we saw those yesterday with the CloudTrail data. Once you've answered these questions, you can start to assess what is and isn't working for you and your SOC team. You can then partition your data in Sumo Logic and forward some of it or all of it to Cloud SIEM. Now, after you forward your data from Sumo Logic to Cloud SIEM, your log messages must go through a little processing first. First, Cloud SIEM processes the messages into records. Each record contains the information from a message, which is parsed into key value pairs, mapped to a Cloud SIEM schema, and enriched with other data. This process is usually automatic, but must be completed for certain types of custom data sources. If you do need to configure log and ingest mappings, there are certain details you need to know about your data, like whether it's structured or unstructured, whether it has a syslog header, what data type it is it JSON or XML? You also need to know the vendor, such as is it a Windows event log, a Palo Alto firewall log, an AWS GuardDuty log. Once you know the details of your data, you can consult the Sumo Logic documentation for specific help for configuring your data pipeline. And so there is specific documentation for many different types. In this course, we're going to just be ingesting, not just, but processing simple structured JSON log messages to demonstrate this configuration process. So keeping it pretty straightforward, not getting as detailed as a guard duty log, but just a simpler example. Now here is this description of the log message coming down the pipeline. We looked at this earlier. And so as a reminder, the message is first going to be parsed. So on the left-hand side of the screen, we see the message as it comes through the system. The message is going to be parsed and extracted from the record. Then it's going to be mapped into that key value pairs that are common in JSON. This process also is going to fix some basic formatting. And so by creating semi-structured data, it's also doing the parsing of setting it up so it's source device underscore IP equals 127.0.0.1. So it's giving us a key and a value. And it's also normalizing the data. It's taking those hyphens and translating them or just converting them into dots, which is more standard usage. The information is going to be mapped onto the Cloud SIM schema. And then finally, the record is going to be enriched with information from match lists or threat intelligence databases, such as its threat level. And we talked about this yesterday and a little bit today, that this is that CrowdStrike data. These normalized records are then going to be sent down the Cloud SIM pipeline and compared to rules. Now for records and signals, and this is going to be a touch repetitive, but just these next two slides. Each record, as a reminder, is going to be ingested into Cloud SIM and then get compared to those hundreds of built-in and custom rules. And we saw those earlier today. If a rule triggers, an entity will be extracted and that signal will be created. If a record matches the criteria specified in a rule, then Cloud SIM is going to create that signal and start tracking that entity. That entity, as a reminder, is that something like an IP address, a MAC address, a host name, and will be extracted from the records. For rules to work properly and create good signals to entities, Cloud SIM admins must set up proper log and ingest mapping. So this is information can be extracted from the records. So once again, Cloud SIM admins, it's going to be on you to set this up properly so it works. And then once again, Cloud SIM is going to take everything one step further and correlate those signals into a manageable number of insights. Once again, more information about that, those insights we covered this morning. All right, so any questions so far? I think we're pretty good. A bunch more slides here, but actually not too anymore. So I want to talk about the Sumo Logic UI and the Cloud SIM UI. As you saw earlier, they are different, or they're Sumo Logic, but they are different interfaces. And so let's talk about them. Also in relation to talking about them is the access control that can be granted. So when we went into the labs earlier, we went to on the black nav bar, that Cloud SIM Enterprise. That's a feature that can be enabled or not enabled, depending on your administrator or now you. So you can control these privileges of what your users can do in Cloud SIM. You can also do it within the Sumo Logic UI as well. But all privileges for Cloud SIM are controlled in the Sumo Logic UI. And we're not really going to go too deep into how our back is set up. That's really covered more in our Sumo Logic administration class. But it's important to know that when you provision your SOC teams with their own accounts, you can start to give these privileges. You can start to create different roles with different levels of access, as you're seeing here in the screen capture. So for insights, do you want them to be able to comment on the insight? Do you want them to create an insight, et cetera, and really get pretty granular? The most basic role in Cloud SIM is view. This level of access provides, as you might guess, view-only access to Cloud SIM, but it is a prerequisite to all other access levels. So as an administrator or an account owner, you may want to allow some of your users to have access to Cloud SIM, but not others. You also might want some Sumo Logic admins to be Cloud SIM admins, Or you might have some users that you want to be admins in Cloud SIM, but not Sumo Logic. And you can get that granular in the RBAC controls. RBAC standing for role-based access control. Once again, we don't really go too much deeper, but it's very, very straightforward. But in regards to the roles, we do encourage you to consider creating multiple roles. Typically, Tier 1 and Tier 2 SOC analysts are going to need access to the insights for threat investigation. However, you might want to restrict this further. You might want to prevent Tier 1 analysts from deleting insights. You don't want to allow them to do that. You can customize and fine-tune the insight access, as you're seeing here, including deleting, creating, commenting, and various management tasks by opening the insight dropdown under role capabilities. In addition to access insights, you might want to give your Tier 2 and Tier 3 SOC analysts access to content, which gives them the ability, or those users, to create custom rules, custom insights, custom match lists, and other SOC content. You can also customize and fine-tune this access if you only want certain roles to be able to create, delete, and manage certain kinds of content. So once again, just very granular. And then even for those Tier 3 SOC analysts and SOC admins, those individuals you might want to give configuration access. And that privilege will allow them to create log mappings, customize entities, and create custom actions. And once again, fully customized and fine-tuned. And this, once again, this is covered in the Sumo Logic administration course. So that course is set aside for the Sumo Logic UI of setting up users, setting up passwords, that kind of thing. Highly encourage you to take that course, or just take a look at the UI. It's really, really pretty straightforward. Speaking of, or sort of speaking of, configuration menu, this is kind of some of the, this is all the options, but you might not see everything. So what we want to point out here are there's going to be several features that are only available to administrators. If you're a Cloud SIM administrator with at least some configuration access, you're going to see this cog or gear icon on the top right in the Cloud SIM UI. Then depending on the RBAC controls, you may see some or all of these items. Full access would include incoming data, entities, users, and integrations. And each of these areas allows the administrator to configure the data that's coming into Cloud SIM, how the threat detection engine uses it, and how analysts can interact with the data to complete their investigations. The content menu. Similar. So Cloud SIM admins may see additional options under the content menu that other roles do not, depending on how that RBAC is set up. So earlier when we logged in with those analyst accounts, we saw rules, rule tuning, and no, I think there was something else in there. But certainly there's a lot of more. So when we're playing today, you may have some of that access, you might not. I think we don't give you full admin access, but enough to certainly get through the exercises. And then speaking of, I thought there was a slide for this. So as discussed, you won't see all the options. You won't be able to see the RBAC controls that we talked about under the administrations, that you'll have to take that class to not necessarily take that class to get that information, but that's where that walkthrough occurs. Similar with the content and configuration, it's going to be limited for today. And it's a good example of how you can fine tune this. So, for today, we can imagine that we are, instead of administrators, we're junior admins, and we only have certain pieces of the system that we really need. Excuse me. As a Cloud SIM admin, you're going to want to use both Sumo Logic UI and the Cloud SIM UI. Even if you're focused on Cloud SIM, you do need to be comfortable using both interfaces. Now in the Sumo Logic UI, this is where you're going to add collectors, data sources that are going to be used in Cloud SIM. You're going to write field extraction rules, which will help parse your logs so they can be better used as records in Cloud SIM. You'll set up partitions and data tiers in Sumo Logic and decide which data gets forwarded to Cloud SIM. And then ultimately, as discussed, you're going to set up your users and roles for both Sumo Logic and Cloud SIM in the Sumo Logic interface. Now in the Cloud SIM UI, this is where you're going to configure the log and ingest mappings that turn your log messages into records. You're going to create that custom content that will help with the threat investigation, like as we've seen earlier, rules, match lists, and insights. You can also customize those actions, the workflows that you can set up in the Cloud SIM interface using APIs, other playbooks. So that's going to be the two different UIs that we'll be looking at today. All right, let's go ahead and dive in here. So we're going to log in. We are going to use, yeah, we are going to use these accounts. So these are going to be different accounts. These are going to be admin accounts. So let me go ahead and put these in here. It's the same general scheme as we've been using today. The difference is it's going to be training plus admin. So, and it does not matter if you use the same numbers or not, because there's no relation between the two. If you want to, of course, you're welcome to. So once again, service.sumologic.com, but this part is different, training plus admin, number, and you're going to pick a 3-digit number. Password is the same. So thanks 21 exclamation point with a capital T. And so go ahead and get logged in. Yeah. And if you need help, let Matt know. Same kind of general rules. It's not rules, but if you can't log in, try a different number. Just that's usually a quick fix. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the lab guide into the chat. So as we did this morning, there we go. That should be in the chat. Yeah. All right. So yeah, should be logged in, should have numbers. Let me go ahead and log in as well, and then we'll continue. Certainly anyone needs help, Matt is here, but I think we're good. Okay. Cool. So I'm logged in. I have my lab guide. And now we're going to go through it. Now, lot more labs today, or a lot more labs today. So we have 9 labs today, and I guess technically 10 because lab 0 is a lab. Yeah, I think that you'll enjoy that. So a little more in-app. Lab 0 is pretty much the same thing we did earlier. Just as a reminder, how to get into Cloud SIM. So as a reminder, log in, black bar on the far left, should have Cloud SIM Enterprise, and go ahead and click on it. And so as a reminder, that we're now in Cloud SIM, we're in the heads up display, kind of a cool interactive view, showing us around the ring, the amount of records we've had over the past 24 hours, the amount of signals, and then the amount of insights. Also seeing the insights are closed. So this one is closed. So somebody might have worked on it and I can go check that. Kind of curious who closed it. It doesn't matter, of course. Oh, maybe it was from earlier today when we were playing around. So this we've seen. All right, let's go into lab 1 now. So lab 1 is going to have us start to explore the UI like we did earlier, but now explore those portions that are relevant to today. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the top cog icon. And this is where you will have access. Once again, it's a little it's limited compared to the greater scope, but for today, it's giving us everything we need. The other thing I want to point out here is the exclamation point next to it with help. One, because that's a great place to get help. And certainly when you're taking the exam, although you don't need to access the help through this UI, the documentation is easily accessible right here. So click on documentation and you got your docs. But the other thing that reason I want to point this out is for the announcements. What the announcements is going to show are all the updates to Cloud SIM, including all the rules. So what we're seeing here is earlier this week, the rule was updated for this and new parsers, all kind of new stuff, and updated quite frequently. So yeah, probably twice a week, give or take, sometimes more frequently. So that's a good way to just see what's going on. What else? The documentation I just showed you. And then the other thing in here that I don't think I showed earlier, and I should have because it's a helpful little switch, is the ability to switch back into Sumo Logic UI. So that's what this continuous intelligence platform is. So when I click that, it brings me back into Sumo. This continuous intelligence platform, that's what we call the traditional Sumo UI. We also refer to it as SIP sometimes, really more internally. But if you ever hear that terminology, that's what we're referring to, is traditional Sumo. And then this is Cloud SIM. All right, let's see, that's about it for that lab. So pretty quick lab, but at least we're back in it. Once again, I'm going to certainly continue with the slides in my presentation, but if you want to poke around in here, especially now that you have admin access, feel free to. Yeah, there's nothing you really can break in there. So let's go back to the deck to set up the next labs. All right. So what we want to talk about next is configuring Cloud SIM. So as we looked at earlier, remember the chart, and we're looking at the upper half, and now we're looking really at the top portion. We want to set up Cloud SIM. So first you need to decide what data you want to ingest or not ingest, and you can work on forwarding that data to Cloud SIM. As an admin though, there's going to be several steps you must complete to forward data to Cloud SIM. We're going to go at a high level overview of these steps. However, the exact details are going to vary a bit depending on what data you're working with. So the Sumo Logic documentation will really be best for specific instructions. But from a high level, first, you're going to want to request backend configuration. It's a one-time setup for each Sumo Logic organization. Often your Sumo account rep will complete the process for you, and it's done in the Sumo Logic UI. Next, you want to enable data forwarding. You can do this by adding a specific field of _sim forward equals true, and we're going to look at that field in a few minutes when you set up a collector. Now for cloud data sources, you can also toggle the SIM processing checkbox. Actually, we'll use one of those today as we'll do in the next lab activities. So we'll show you at least one of the data forwarding methods. It's basically a checkbox. But you will need to enable data forwarding each time you add a new data source to Sumo Logic, or if you make other changes to the data ingestion process. And then finally, you're going to configure the log and ingest mappings. This process is usually automatic, but must be completed for certain types of custom data sources. And that will be done in the Cloud SIM UI. And we'll see an example of that in the lab activity when we use our JSON log messages. Do have a little bit of a kind of an important note here, is that when you enable data forwarding, Cloud SIM is automatically going to start processing your log messages into records. Each record is going to contain the information from a message, and once again, that's going to be parsed into those key value pairs, mapped to the Cloud SIM schema, and enriched with other data. But Cloud SIM will not ingest historic data. In other words, any new data ingested into Sumo Logic will be forwarded to Cloud SIM as soon as you enable data forwarding. However, older data will not be processed by Cloud SIM. Data will start flowing from Sumo Logic into Cloud SIM within a few minutes of enabling data forwarding. And you can expect signals and insights to start generating within a few hours. So I just wanted to let you know that historic data, this is not the tool for it. All right. Now, before you configure the log in ingest mappings, there are going to be some important things that you need to know about your data or consider. And so you're going to want to start to ask yourself the following questions. Is your data structured or semi-structured like a JSON file, or is it unstructured like plain text? Does your data have a syslog header that can be used as part of the parsing process? What type of data are you working with? Is it JSON, XML, Leaf, CEF, or something else? There are going to be different best practices based on each ingesting data type. So depending on which one you're using, best practices. Have you processed your data with the Sumo Logic field extraction rule? Doing so can make this Cloud SIM log mapping process easier. And then finally, what vendor or process does your data come from? Are they Windows Events logs, Palo Alto, GuardDuty? And once you know the details of that, you can consult the documentation for specific help related to the data pipeline. I'm going to paste that link in the chat just in case you're curious. Yeah, there it goes into the chat. Now in this course, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be ingesting and processing just simple, not just, but simple structured JSON log messages to demonstrate how the configuration works. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and do lab number 2. Actually 2 and 3 we're going to do together. So let's go ahead and do so. So I'm going to go back into ideally SIP, back into Cloud SIM, sorry. I'm going to have my lab guide and going to go ahead and proceed. So with lab 2, as mentioned, we're going to enable data forwarding for an HTTP source. So in this lab, we're kind of reading it, but we're going to create a simple HTTP source using a pre-configured, I should say using a pre-configured collector. Little typo there. When we configure the new source, then we're going to enable data forwarding. And so, as I said earlier, I'll show you that checkbox. So what we want to do is, I did actually tell you to go into Cloud SIM, but we want to go back into Cloud SIP. SIP, just SIP, not Continuous Intelligence Platform. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to the 3 dots and go to Continuous Intelligence Platform. I could also, I already had the tab open, just gone there, either way. And what I want to do from here is I want to go to our collections or our collectors. We looked at this yesterday. Same process, far left black bar should be visible. Manage data and then collection. And what we're seeing here, once again, all of those collectors that are set up, working or not, but that are set up. Now we're going to use one that is partially set up already for us. It's going to be this one that's called Admin Training Sim. It should be the second one on your list and look exactly like my list does. If not, you could search for it, but it really should be right about here. What we're going to do here is we're going to add a source. So we have a hosted collector that we set up, and now we want to add a source of data. And so to do so, we're going to do so. We're going to click on Add Source on the far right of the Admin Training Sim line. So on this, all the way to the right, Add Source. We're going to specify this type of source, the source of data that we want to ingest. Many different sources. As you see here, O365 data, AWS data, Okta, et cetera, et cetera. But we're going to use the first one, the HTTP logs and metrics. Now we're going to fill in the blanks. The name, we want to give it something unique. So once again, as it's going to suggest, using initials and number. Usually the initial should be fine. We're going to specify the source category. Remember yesterday we used Labs Apache Access a lot. We're going to specify one here. We could go ahead and make it multi-layered if we wanted to. We don't really need to, so I'm just going to go ahead and follow the lab again and just call it training, use my initials, JB. Now we need to enable sim processing. Here's that checkbox that I told you about. You select it, really easy. And then the rest of the items on this list we can leave alone. We could adjust time zones and things like that, but that's just not relevant for this lab, so we're not going to. What we are going to do now is click save. And when we click save, we should have a pop-up occur. And what that pop-up should have is an address. And we can use this address to send data to. And that's exactly what we're going to use or do. So we want to go ahead and save this address. We can leave it on the screen, but I'd recommend maybe just grabbing it, throwing it in a notepad or a text file or an email. We're going to use it a few times today. If you lose it, it's not the end of the world, but it's easier if you do keep it. So I'm going to grab mine and save it over here on my other screen somewhere. All right. So now we've set up data forwarding. Now what we're going to do is send data to Cloud SIM. So using the lab guide, actually, we're going to go ahead and open up terminal. So depending on what OS you're using, ultimately we want to get it to a command line and run a curl command is the goal here. If you can't, it's not the end of the world. Of course, we'd like you to participate in this exercise, but if you don't have curl installed, or you might be limited to run certain commands on your laptop just due to your employer just being nervous, certainly understandable. So hopefully you can participate, but if you can't, it's not that big a deal. It's only a few of the first couple labs that we really do utilize this. So if you can participate and play along, what we're going to do is open up our terminal. And I'm going to go ahead and grab that curl command that's listed there. Now, once again, this is another example where pasting from a PDF might go a little weird. For me, it usually works okay, but we have seen where it just an extra space gets put in for no reason, just PDFs being that format. But mine looks okay, I think. Now what we're going to do is fill in the blanks. So we're going to modify two fields. We have a field for attacker name. And so we're going to put an attacker name in the quotes. Oh, let me see. Let me do that again. There we go. Sorry about that. So we're going to go ahead and the attacker name. So in the quotes here, I'm going to specify myself. I guess I'm the attacker. The other thing I'm going to do here is specify that URL that I mentioned a few moments ago. I'm going to grab that if I still have it handy and paste it in. Now, as it says, it's going to ingest that. And so let's go ahead and click enter. Now, I want to go into Cloud SIM. So I'm going to go back into Cloud SIM. Where do I have it? Here it is. I'm going to go to the records. And I'm going to go down to the filter. And I'm going to start to search for my metadata. So I want to choose filter, metadata, source category. Metadata, source category is, and then that source category, I named it. Now, it might not come in right away. It might take a few moments, so don't get too nervous. And when it comes in, you should see a failed record. Now, don't get nervous that gets failed. Failed is good, but that's what we want to see. So let's see if it even came in yet. Yeah, it's going to take a few minutes here. Possibly almost 10 minutes, potentially, but that's okay. So I'll just refresh it every now and then. But ultimately, you should see a record in there. All right. While we're waiting for that record to appear, let me see if we should take a break or not. No, actually, we don't take a break for a little bit. Oh, there was a question. Let's see. What steps did you do to the filter? Let me show you that again. So I went into record. Let me go into anything. So let me go to record. And then the filter should be up here. I'm just going to click on it anywhere. And when I click on just that filter space, I should have all these fields that I can select from. And so I want to look for metadata. So about the 6th one down or so. And then once I'm in that metadata field, specifically metadata source category. And then I could do either contains or is. I guess I should probably do contains. And then that field that I think I used. Yep, and there, okay, it did come in, cool. And so what I see here is this, and hopefully you do as well. Once again, it should be failed. Failed is good in this case. If you don't see anything, as you saw, it might take a few moments. If you don't see anything, it could be the curl command was messed up. I couldn't think of a better way to say it. But it's, if you can try to do it again, of course, please do so. But either way, I'll represent what's going on here. So you should see the failed record. Now, why is it a failed record? The reason it's a failed record is because the JSON log message does not have any log or ingest mapping associated with it. So the message was forwarded from Sumo Logic to Cloud SIM, but it didn't complete that last portion of that, or not that last, but that middle step of parse, map, and enrich, because there was nothing set up for it. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to set up an ingest mapping, a log mapping, and then we're going to re-ingest the data or resend that log message. And this time it should get processed correctly. So should have probably warned you a little bit more that you're going to get a fail here, but a fail is good. So hopefully everybody's sort of together. So I'm going to keep going. We'll take a break. Yeah, in a few more minutes, getting close, but not quite there. But let me go back to the slides. Actually, I don't need the slides. We can just use the lab guide for labs 4 through 6. So back into Cloud SIM, here it is. And now we're going to set up that ingest mapping. So we're now at step lab 4. Step 1, we're going to go to the top, the nav bar, gear, because we want to look for configuration information, so the cog. And we're going to go to Sumo Logic for the integration. This is where we're going to set up the mapping for Sumo Logic. We see a bunch of mappings that have been set up already. And we're going to add our own. To add one, create, so far right. And now kind of fill in the blanks again. Source category, so that's kind of the most important thing. The format. So we can go ahead and specify here what format we want to use. We're going to use JSON because JSON's good here. So we're going to use that format. The vendor and the product. In the real world, we would have probably proper information. But for today, of course, we can just go ahead and say our vendor is ourselves with our initials, and the product is ourselves. But certainly, Microsoft Windows or whatever it might be. And feel free to put test things in there as well. The event ID we're going to skip. We don't need that, but we do want to enable this. So while we have it set up, turning it on enables it. And now we can click create. When we click create, ideally it should say it's been created successfully. And we should see on our list our new rule. Or new ingest mapping. It's not technically a rule, but our new new process that we've defined. And I see us and some others, so that's good to see. So cool. All right. Now we need to do the log mapping. So we have the ingest mapping. Now we need to do the log mapping. Very similar process. And so let's go through that. What we're going to do here is, once again, cog menu. But this time we're going to choose log mappings. So cog log mappings. We see some already, 2,000 different log mappings that have been created by either us or Sumo Logic, more likely, but we can create our own. To do so, click on create. And now we need to decide which one we want to use. The which one we want to use is going to depend on the data. So this is where we need to know our data. Is our data structured or unstructured? And so JSON data is considered structured. It actually is called semi-structured, but it's closer to structured. So we're going to use structured. And then, kind of fill in the blanks again, as we were doing earlier. So for this log mapping JB, and we're specifying here the mapping. So we have our if and the then. So what needs to come in order for this to be considered a record? Well, it needs to be the input matching the vendor of JB. I think that's how I put it. I hope so. And then product JB. Has the format. We're going to go ahead and select JSON. So the record needs to be a JSON log message. We could set it up for something else, but in this case, once again, JSON. For the event ID matches regex, we can go ahead and just put a star or a wildcard so that it will match all incoming data. Oh, it didn't show up. There we go. And then what else do we need to do here? The record of type we can leave blank. Oh, here we need to specify the vendor information. So we can match it. So basically what's going to happen is if the log mapping has these products, it's going to create a record with those product names. And then let's see, what else are we missing in here? Oh, the border portion, the field, of course. What we're going to do here is specify the field mappings that we want to do. So under the fields, we want to specify the input and the output. So as we saw earlier, the data comes in with IP-192-. We want to convert that to dots. That's essentially what we're doing right here. Here, we're keeping it even more simple. We're just going to change the field name. So our data is going to be ingested with that data of field of the IP 127.0.0.1. You know what? I want to call that a device underscore IP because that name or terminology is more familiar to me. For the next one, even getting more probably picky or specific, I'm taking this threat name, and you know what? I want an underscore in between it. And so when I save this, let's see, and once again, I have my, what am I forgetting? A record type is required. Oh, record type. We wanted to use, what did I want to put for my record type? Authentication, that's right. And that's in step 13 here. So I should have kind of everything mirroring this, and go ahead and click submit. I think it's submitted, right? Yes. Let's see. I don't know why it didn't. Let me see. I don't know if it went through or not. I think it did, but okay, cool. It did go through. So, okay. So now I have my mappings. Now what we're going to do is send the message again. So we're going to go back into our terminal. Same message should be there. And we're going to resend it. Now, when we resend it, it should get processed and it should show up in our records. So as we go back up to our records and we search for metadata, source category, now I should get two. Now, as mentioned, this is going to take a few minutes to process, potentially up to 10 minutes, and that's why we're going to take a break here. So when I come back, I'll refresh this. I might refresh it before then, but then I should see two messages, one that failed and one that was successful. And so that's kind of the goal. So I'm going to go ahead and put on the stopwatch here. There we go. So we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back, do a few more labs and take the exam and finish up. So thank you so far. And yeah, give everybody grab a little snack and then we'll come back and finish up. So see you all in a few. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you had a good little break there. Um, so what we're going to do now is actually check on our record. So I had my record, my one record. I'm going to refresh this and I should have two records. And I don't. All right. Oh, no, I know why. I do have two. There we go. So what I should have, and you should as well, is two records. The failed record that we saw earlier, which had no real information, not no real information, that's not right. It parsed out what it could, but then the authenticated record. And so it did field mappings properly. It classified my threat name properly. It brought over my mappings. What else? Oh, and it has my IP address. So it has those two pieces of information that were in that curl command. So hopefully you got yours. If not, I think Matt's helping troubleshoot. So, but that's a great example of sending data into Sumo Logic. So, all right. So what we're going to do now is go back to the slides again. I know. Yeah, I'm going to go through these kind of. Let me go through these again. Let me at least show you what these are. I don't know that we'll need to go through each one, but these slides are about the SIM rules again. So as a reminder, SIM rules exist. Now, if you have a properly parsed record in Cloud SIM, it should be compared to the rules and potentially generate those signals and insights. Rules are going to be important, of course. They're the most important piece of Cloud SIM's threat detection engine. All the records that are ingested in Cloud SIM are going to be compared to every rule in Cloud SIM. If there's a match, an entity will be extracted and a signal will be created. Those entities are tracked and may correlate with other signals to create an insight, which is where most threat investigation begins. As a Cloud SIM admin, you will have the ability to create any rule type. And often SOC analysts on your team who don't have these privileges may ask you for help creating those custom rules. So as a reminder, those rule types are the match, the threshold, the chain, and the aggregation. And so earlier today, we played with two of them, but we're going to go ahead and utilize the one we didn't use. Actually, we only did one today. Sorry. So we did a match rule earlier. What we're going to do now is a threshold and a chain rule. We're not going to do aggregation. Those are really just not very common. Also more complex, but just not as common. So we will go through the process of those thresholds and chains. As a reminder, that threshold, the rule is, for example, having a match found a certain number of times. So I use the example, we use it again here, 5 failed login attempts in 1 hour. If we want to look for those, and we will in a moment, that's going to be a threshold. If, and we will use the chain rule, we want to look for 5 failed logins and then a success in a period of time, that's where that comes in. So we'll use those two shortly. As we saw earlier, this is the screen. Essentially, we need an if and an event. So we're going to have a rule need to match something. And if it does match, what happens to that? It's going to be creating it to a signal, but what type of signal, what information do we want to put in there? Well, we're going to go through a few examples. And we did one earlier today. So we did the one earlier today. So as a reminder, with the best practice for custom rules, you want to check those existing rules first, making sure that you're not creating a rule that already exists. If there's a rule in the system, once again, that Sumo has created, go ahead and utilize it. Knowing your system well, remembering your risk appetite or risk tolerance. The example earlier of some companies would consider a large amount of outbound traffic a threat and some wouldn't. And so based on that, they may have different severity scores, and both are correct. It's just different theories, I guess, on what is considered harmful or not. Understanding those rule types well. So whether to use the match rule, use the chain rule, using the threshold rule. If you use the incorrect one, it may work actually, but it may be less efficient or effective. It might capture too much, too little, and so it's really important to get the right type. Making those small changes when you do adjust that rule, dialing it back, going from an 8 to a 2 with the severity score, instead try the 8 to a 7, see how that works, then go from 7 to a 6 and try your way down. And then also setting those rules as a prototype, just the best practice. All right. As a reminder, we did this with the insight clustering, and what we saw here essentially was the shapes and colors getting grouped together, and the idea that you might have a few events that have a few events that have a high severity score, a bunch of events that have a low severity score, and those will accumulate into an insight. Let me go through this one. Sorry. So there are other customizations available, as the title of this slide says, available in Cloud SIM. And so creating these customizations sometimes do require admin level privileges. And so the SOC analysts on your team may ask for help in creating these things. So what are some other customizations? Well, match lists, as we see here, which are going to be groups of entities that Cloud SIM can use in rules. Very similar to an allow list or a deny list. Cloud SIM comes with dozens of standard match lists, but you can certainly create your own. There's several ways to customize your insights. While we've been talking about the activity score, we've been talking about the fact that they, by default, will cluster entities together with an activity score of at least 12 over the last 14 days. But that's configurable. You can configure or decrease the time frame or adjust this activity score threshold. You can create custom insights, which will be created when certain rules are triggered, regardless of the severity scores. So many different options and customizations in that realm. Admins can create custom actions, and we're going to see this in the last lab we do today, lab 9, where analysts can use the action buttons to help complete their investigations, but you can customize that. So you can use APIs to create custom actions, to give a lot of flexibility and creativity when things like executing playbooks and creating Jira tickets and sending Slack notifications occur. So give you more options, more custom options. And then finally, admins can also create custom workflows. So by default, you can mark an insight as new, in progress, or closed. And I think we saw that earlier today. But however, you can, with your custom workflows, create a new status. So for example, if your analysts frequently like to keep insights open while digging deeper into the root cause, you might want to create a custom workflow that's called investigating to keep it different or separate from other insights that are just at the stages of in progress. And so those are just some of the customizations. There's more, they're in the documentation, but these are a good representation of them. All right, what we're going to do now is do the lab. So it's going to be lab 7, 8, and 9. 7 is going to be threshold rule, 8 is going to be chain, or vice versa. And then we're going to create a custom actions button. So let's go ahead and do it. So once again, jumping into Sumo Logic, ideally the sim environment, grabbing my lab book, and then going into lab number 7. So lab number 7, we're going to do a threshold rule. So we're going to go to the top, go to content, and go to rules. We see all of our rules. Here's some from earlier. Here's one of you guys, a bunch of you. So good to see people participating. And so we're going to create a new one. When we create it, we need to decide which one we want to use. And as discussed, it's important to use the right one. We're using threshold because that's what we want to demonstrate today. So go ahead and click create for threshold. Now we're going to go ahead and, like we've been doing before, just fill in the blanks, give the rule a name. So threshold rule JB. Now we need to fill in the if and the then, so the two sides. Now for this first step, this is step 6. We want to click on this show advanced. And when we do click on it, or the arrow, we should have these options. And we want to choose or select the option for count only distinct values for a field. Now we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste the when the expression portion. So pasting that in. Once again, I'm going to need to take my apostrophes and redo them. Just weird PDF behavior. What else? I'm going to match my records. So how many records do I want to have match here? So how many different records that have this event ID do we want to look for? So in this case, we're going to select 3 because we want to, and I should have mentioned this at the beginning, we want to write a rule that looks for 3 unique Windows events IDs related to failed logins. So I apologize, I should have mentioned that. And the event ID we're going to use for that is 4625. So we don't want to match 1 record. We don't want to match 2. We want to do 3. We want to match the field of device underscore IP because we want to look at that device underscore IP, that field for the IP. So this is where we're going to look for the IP. And then, again. And then how or frequently or what range of time do we want to look for these failed logins, these messages with the 4625? We want to do it for an hour. Now we're going to fill in the right-hand side of the screen. So now if the message is triggered, or not the message, the rule is triggered, it's going to create a signal. What kind of signal is it going to create? Well, we're going to create a signal on the device IP. We want to use that IP as that unique identifier. We're going to, the summary and description, that doesn't matter again, so I'm just going to put test. Going to put a severity. So doesn't really matter what severity I choose. I'll put something in the middle just to show off the slider. And then we want to specify our tag. We're going to use the initial access tag under tactic, but it doesn't really matter too much for this exercise. Once I have that all set, I'm going to go ahead and click that save this rule as a prototype, just best practice, and then going to click submit. Once done, it should say the rule has been created, and then the rule should be created. I can verify that by going to, I just want to make sure I keep my name, going back to content, going back to rules, and then looking for my rule. It might take a moment or two. There it is. So now I've created a rule. Specifically, I've created a threshold rule. Now we're going to do the chain rules. So similar process. Get to the rule screen. So we should be there already. If not, once again, content and rules. Click on create. What type of rule do we want to create? Well, this time we want to do a chain. Now, in this case, what we want to do here is we want to look for 1 successful login after 10 failed login attempts from the same IP address during a 5-minute window. So that's a chain. It's of different criteria together. And so let's go ahead and set that up. The name, once again, is and then we're going to kind of copy and fill in the blanks here. Now, here, since it's a chain, we need to specify 2 different expressions that are going to match. The first one is going to be in step 6A. And what we're looking for here are false, essentially failed logins. A successful login will be a true, a failed login will be a false. Now, we don't want to look just for 1 failed login, we want to look for 10 of them. Now, along with those 10 failed logins, we want to look for a true or a successful login. And so on the next line here, we're going to specify true. and 1. We could do 10 fails and 5 successes, but 10 and 1 is what we want to do. Now we want to specify the time period. Do we want them in an hour? No, we want them in 5 minutes. We also could specify the order. We could say exactly that it has to be 10 and then 1, but by saying any order, we don't care. We just want to see 10 failed logins, 1 successful in a 5-minute window. Now, assuming that criteria is matched, the signal will need to be created. And so now we need to identify the signal. We're going to use that entity as that device IP, or use that device IP as the entity, as we've done a few times. The summary and description, we're just going to put test. The severity will show off the slider. And then the tags we can specify or not. We've done the tags a lot today, so I'll pick a different one just for creativity. And then I'm going to go ahead and specify that rules or prototype again. Once I have that all good and I don't have any orange triangle here, I should be able to click submit. And then this is submitting it, but just to verify, if I go to content and rules, there it is. So now we've set up 2 rules. And so now those are active and ready to go. All right, let's see, let's do lab 9. Just about finished here. So lab 9 is customizing the action button. And so this is going to help with potentially collaboration and provide you the ability to give other people a button that will create, that will do an action that you specify. So let's go ahead and set one up. Very straightforward, very simple. We'll just do a very simple email one. So we're going to go to the configuration screen. So we're going to go to the cog, the gear icon. And then under actions, or excuse me, under integrations will be actions. So clicking on actions. Here we see a bunch of actions that are set up already. So automatically, just built into the product. And so we can go ahead and create a new one. Clicking on create, going to give it a name. So once again, there we go, using initials. And then we're going to specify in here. Now we could do anything. For today, we're going to use the on-demand, just so it shows up right away. We're going to make it active also, just so it shows up right away. And then what type of action do we want to create? And so there's a pretty extensive list in here. And so we're going to use email, most common. And then who do we want to have emailed? So we could, like we have here, if we want our incident response team to be emailed or notified, we can do so. Click and create. The action button or action screen should refresh, should see a new action. I see a couple in here. All right, that's an old one. So I see mine. Hopefully a few more pop in here. Yeah, there we go. See a few more of you coming in. Now we can test our action. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to an insight. So we're going to go to the insights and we're going to pick one. And for today, it doesn't matter which one. So I'm just going to pick the first one. Actually, I did that a little too fast. I think we know how to do it, but just as a reminder, let me just show that. So go into insights and pick one of the insights. Once the insight opens, on the far left portion of the screen is the action button. And so what we have in here now are the actions that we created. So now when I click my action and execute this, it's now going to send an email to the incident response team. And now they're going to go check it out or do whatever they do with it. And so I wanted to show that as a really a way to wrap things up. let's go back to the slide just to make sure we covered everything. I think we did. Yeah, we did. So any questions? I know Matt's been pretty good in the chat, seeing if anything's in there. And if something comes to mind shortly, that's fine. So let's next steps, same as before. Let's take the exam. So once again, we're going to log out of Sumo or use our own. We want to use our own account, whether you use 2 tabs, that's up to you. But ultimately, as a reminder, we want to take the exam as our personal account. Once we've logged in with our personal or professional or corporate account, however you want to kind of classify it, we're going to go to certification and choose Get Certified. Once we're in the portal, we're going to choose Get Certified again. And then we're going to locate the exam we want to take. And the one we want to take today is the Cloud SIM administration exam. Fundamentals is what we did this morning. So go ahead, log in, take the exam. Same thing, you know, we'll be here for a while hanging out. Any questions, please ask. Certainly the Uber Eats. So let me put that back up. That's probably the most important. Certainly take advantage of that. Thank you for attending, certainly over the next past 2 days. I know it's a lot of information, but glad you stuck through it, and hopefully you learned something. So that's going to pretty much conclude. I'll leave it open for questions, of course, and we'll stick around. But otherwise, once again, let's take the exam. Best of luck. I think we're early, so I don't think that's a problem for anybody. Yeah. So thank you all, and talk to you all soon.